Ladies and gentlemen, if we could please take our seats. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, the chairwoman would like to start the meeting. If we could please take our seats.
Good morning, everyone. Everybody excited about the Potter game tonight? All right. Everybody send your good juju over there. All right. The October 11th Board of Directors meeting is called to order. First, I'd like to ask our interpreters to explain how to access interpretation. So go ahead, sir.
Good morning. Announcement from the interpreter. To use the interpretation feature, please scroll to the bottom of the Zoom screen where the meeting's controls are. Click on the interpretation icon, the world, and select English as your language. If you're joining through the Zoom mobile app, cell phone, tablet, etc., please press the ellipsis, then interpretation, and then choose your language. Finally, click on the mute original audio to not hear the original Spanish low in the background. Headsets are available for interpretation. If you're in the meeting room, please check out a headset from the receptionist in the lobby. Aviso por parte del intérprete. Para hacer uso del servicio de interpretación, favor de desplazarse a la parte inferior de la pantalla de Zoom, donde aparecen los controles. Haga clic en el icono de interpretación, globo terráqueo, y seleccione Spanish, español. Si está utilizando la aplicación móvil de Zoom, celular, tableta, etc., presione los puntos suspensivos, luego interpretación y luego el idioma. Si no desea escuchar el audio original en inglés en el fondo, por favor seleccione Mute Original Audio, silenciar audio original. Contamos con auriculares disponibles para el servicio de interpretación. Si se encuentra en la sala de reunión, favor de pedir auriculares con la recepcionista en el vestíbulo. Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the land we call home. The tribal nations of the San Diego region have historically faced injustices. We acknowledge the harmony that existed between the land and nature and its original peoples who have since endured displacement, persecution, and systemic oppression. We pay our respect to the unceded territory of homelands of the 18 tribal nations in our region, the most in any county in the United States, from our cultural groups, the Kumeyaay, Digueño, the Luiseño, the Cupeño, and the Cahuilla. This land has nourished, healed, protected, and embraced them for many generations in a relationship of balance and harmony. As members of the SANDAG community, we acknowledge this legacy. We aspire to learn from Indigenous traditional knowledge and experience in undoing the injustices of the past. Please join me in our Pledge of Allegiance.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
Before I turn it over to Tessa for her to confirm quorum, I just want to say thank you to everybody who got the memo about wearing pink today in honor of cancer awareness, Breast Cancer Awareness Month for October. So thank you, everybody who was able to do that. All right, Madam Clerk, can you please confirm quorum?
Good morning. I can confirm a quorum with 18 of 19 voting jurisdictions present, and currently we have 6 advisory members present as well. I would also like to mention before we start today with non-agenda public comments and member comments that, as a reminder, no comments shall use loud, threatening, profane, or abusive language that disrupts the orderly conduct of the meeting. It will not be tolerated. Disorderly conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the board meeting is prohibited. For our board policy, the amount of time allowed for each verbal public comment is determined based on the number of agenda items, the complexity of those items, and the number of persons anticipated to offer comment. This allows us to hear from as many people as possible and to complete our business while we still have a quorum. Based on these factors, the chairwoman has determined that today's meeting, each member of the public will be allowed 1 minute for public comments. And as the public is aware, and the members, we take the first 5 public commenters at the beginning of the meeting, and the remainder will be taken at the end. The remainder that will be taken at the end of the meeting, if I will call your name now, and we will call you at the end of the meeting. Paul DeBold, Catherine Rhodes, Cesar Javier, phone number 813, and Blair Beekman. Chairwoman, would you like me to go ahead with public comments? Thank you. Our first public commenter, LNC, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Truth.
Good morning, board. Lawson Corridor, I'm going to focus on that. Last year, some months ago, we got a unanimous vote to look into an option moving Delmar track parallel I-5. Yet, we're still stolen $400 million that was promised to move that track to put a second-tier track across the wildlife refuge on the lagoon. Shouldn't we pause that the Lawson Corridor issue until we resolve what we're going to do with the Delmar track? I think that's kind of ridiculous. And let's look at here. Why are you using employees from SANDAG, Let's Go Union, to push Measure G? When you see stuff like this Lawson Corridor waste, you really think the voters are going to buy off on this? And the union employees that pushes Measure G, that should be against the law. Their goal is getting more cars off the road by expanding the transit system. Of course they do, because they're transit employees. That's not right. Look at the Lawson Corridor. Maybe we should pause that project till we figure out what we're going to do with the Delmar.
Your time has expired. Our next commenter, Truth, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Michael Brando. And the final two commenters at this time, Robert Gurman and Mark, please on standby.
All right, real talk. As soon as there's a new chair, the way these meetings run will have to change. 60 seconds to speak isn't cutting it. Long agendas aren't cutting it. Making attendees hangry ain't cutting it. And unnecessarily long presentations or meaningless monologues are boring everybody. SANDAG needs to move into the 22nd century. I've recommended Minto and Bill before, but other good options for a new chair, Jay Dunn, Luz, or Tony. There are others I like, but I would not recommend them at this time. Now, fortunately, Clean Air Day was the same day as the IB City Council, and I wanted to take that stupid coaster. There was cleaner in Oceanside, but it wasn't nearly as fun as IB. The coaster is an infeasible public transit option, so I still recommend a trolley for North County, even though the copper lines slowed the whole system down now. Melanie, you guys can claim to plan and build networks, but if the systems don't work, no one's going to choose public transit and your plans fail. Exactly why MTS and NCTD require oversight. And Lisa, you donated $500 to this. That is absolutely disgusting. That is her child in the middle. Look at that. This is
Your time has expired. Michael Brando, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Robert Gurman.
Okay, I'm speaking a little out of turn. We sit up here, we do theater like all day long. And I know we never get to say the stuff that's really going on. We just sit here and have theater all day.
That was Tara Lawson-Remer on May 21st at the County Board of Supervisors speaking truth that all of these meetings are all about theater, not really talking about what's really going on, but something else entirely different behind the scenes. At the Tuesday meeting this week, Nora Vargas had every single agenda item moved out of order. And then Tara Lawson-Remer, when Nora vacated the premises, left and said, we're going to have a 5-minute break. It turned into a 30-minute recess. Terribly disrespectful. And just now, Cesar Javier comes here to speak, and you, Lisa, and what's his name? Schadenfreude Sean Elo Rivera were chit-chatting, just laughing away, talking. And only did you tap him on the shoulder to look is when I held the camera on you. See? Trust gets destroyed, and so does this organization by its own hands.
Your time expired. Our next commenter, Robert Gurman, please come to the podium. And staff is on hand to assist you.
I'd like to be last, please. Having a little trouble with the slideshow. Thank you.
Then we'll go ahead with Mark. Please come to the podium.
Mark, I did a search on Microsoft, and this is what it said. This is Microsoft Copilot's response. Nora Vargas, a prominent leader, participated in the UN meeting with the Young Global Leaders in September 2024. Is that correct, Nora? Okay. you're ignoring me, your lack of response would indicate that you're ashamed or hiding something? It's a very simple question. Did you participate in the UN meeting? Okay, well, obviously, this is an organization that is not part of America. It's a foreign organization. And I do not wish for Nora to be harmed or imprisoned in any way, even if she is a young global leader for the World Economic Forum or a global shaper. However, it is your sworn duty to address this. It's not all right to be in our government representing
Your time
another
expired.
organization.
Final
foreign.
comment to Robert Gurman. Please come to the podium.
Thanks for putting me last. Former, my slideshow isn't working. Former VP Prost of the San Diego County Airport Authority was recruited from the MAC after saying in 2019, we will be at Miramar in 10 years. He retired just 2 years after that. And my slideshow was going to show you the MAC, and that is what Lindbergh is following their outline. And I'm sorry, my speech is probably not going to jive, but is it the focus of an airport to sell concessions, which the MAC highlights in their slideshow, like San Diego Airport, or is it the function of an airport to launch and land aircraft in a safe and efficient way? Airports are located on huge parcels of prime land. We are not Minneapolis. We are San Diego. We need land. You need to look at some of these airports for consolidation, and you also need to put them under the SANDAG's umbrella so that we can have a check and balance.
And your
the
time
airport.
expired, and that
Thank you.
concludes the non-agenda comments at this time.
Thank you. Any member comments? Vice Mayor.
Yeah, first I want to thank the board for allowing me to participate remotely last time. And in Del Mar this weekend, we're going to have from late tonight until early in the morning, Monday morning, 24/7 continuous construction. And this is a phase of the Del Mar Bluff stabilization that Del Mar really welcomes. This is putting the piles in to protect the train tracks. And there's an Upper Bluff coastal trail that goes from 4th Street to 9th Street. And anybody can access that trail easily from 4th Street or 9th Street. And this will be a neat opportunity potentially for any board members to come and actually see the construction and see what our SANDAG dollars are buying. This is something that will protect the tracks for 30 years. And let's see where it goes. Thank you.
Councilmember Burkholder, were you on the queue? It's not showing up right now. They're going to fix it, but go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair. I just wanted to take a moment to, when on City Council, we get our member comments at 10 a.m., 12 p.m., and 2 p.m. the day of the council meeting, and sometimes the day before the council meeting. So it gives us time to really process comments from the public. I received comments, very many comments last night at 5 p.m., some of which the executive committee comments I couldn't even open, something to do with Adobe, which I don't have on my city phone. So I wanted to take a moment to apologize to the public. I appreciate that you're here, and I do pride myself in reading all the comments, but I cannot possibly do it when we get so many at such a late time. So thank you. Keep up the good work.
Any additional comments? All right, seeing none, I'm going to turn it over to Mario for his update.
Thank you. First of all, I really appreciate the feedback that some of you gave me on the update and the assessment that I provided the last meeting. We continue to make strides, and like I said, good or bad, the conversations we're going to bring them, and today will be one of those ones that we're bringing in some discussions of different items. We continue to cooperate with OIPA and all the ongoing investigations, and hopefully we can continue building the trust and openness here. Follow-up items, there was a request to bring in the CARB scoping plan. We have delayed that a little bit because we started working with other COGs, other MPOs with CARB. on how we can reassess their evaluation. So we will be coming up with a memo and sending it, and we will be coming with an update based on how our conversations are going on with the different MPOs. Regarding the regional plan, there was a request we heard on doing an evaluation of the 125. First of all, there is an agenda item today for a budget addendum, and that it's to bring or begin the technical studies of how much it would cost to bring it to state of good repair and environmental studies in order to take out the tolls of that. In addition, we also heard that you wanted us to evaluate what would happen in the regional plan if we would model the 125 without tolls. We did that during the week, and preliminary, I want to stress preliminary results do indicate that we would be within compliance, barely, but we would be within compliance of greenhouse emissions and BMT if we take out the tolls. Those are very preliminary results, but it does open the door to include a no toll facility in the regional plan of the 2025. Now, let's put the drawback there also. We had a managed lane proposed as the plan is a fiscal responsible plan. There won't be any revenues, so the managed lane will have to be pushed on the to the unconstrained period after 2050. So those are the results that we're getting right now. We did bring in also on another request by Mayor Jones to include as a request, as a standard, the Pledge of Allegiance and the tribal acknowledgements of the different board meetings and PACs. That was brought to the executive committee today, and we will be bringing, I'll get on the exact date there, Mayor, when it will be coming to the board here. We'll also be sending additional information about the LAFCO, proposed LAFCO review of the agency, the status. We also send information on the status of our mitigation fund for the environmental, that you asked Mayor Hipner about that. And we'll also bring up and send the information on the expenditures on Central Mobility Hub that was requested, and also other inquiries. On project updates, first of all, I really want to, it was a great week last week. We had the San Dieguito Lagoon Wetland Restoration Ribbon Cutting opening. Thank you to Mayor Hipner for joining us and being the lead for the agency. This is a great project. It enhances, expands habitats, and it acts as an environmental mitigation for the LOSAN, for the I-5 HOV lanes, as well as local roadway in that area. SANDAG also hosted a housing forum with about 140 participants. They were local people, local individuals, local governments, different groups. And it was a great place where we could exchange information. We had Senator Nancy Skinner and Assembly Member Alex Lee as the panelists. On LOSAN, I think it's been already discussed. Well, I think one thing that is very important is regarding rail, we had the Passenger Rail Summit going on currently. Had the privilege to be there yesterday. It's the first summit that happens that is in person after the pandemic. So that's a big deal. And on the realignment of the LOSAN, we have finished the technical group evaluation on the value analysis. So now the teams are going to go back, do all their work and bring it all back together so they can bring it to the technical teams in the different cities next month. Del Mar Bluffs, I think it was Deputy Mayor also said that we have an absolute work window that's happening. That may change a little bit about the timing based on baseball because North County Transit may have service. So we're looking to see who plays and goes to subsequent games, and we'll try to play it by ear there. But we will be doing work. Now, how long that work is going to be contingent about the service that North County Transit develops. I'm not going to talk a lot about this because I think my partner here, Everett, will talk about the 805 closure. Are you going to touch on that, Everett, a little bit? And if not, I can bring it up. Just say yes or no.
You can go ahead, Mario.
Okay, good. On Saturday from 10 to 12, the community members, we're going to have a freeway closure event on 805 and 43rd Street ramps. SANDAG is leading the community bike event in that location. This happened also on I-15 some months ago, and it's when Caltrans goes and does their regular maintenance that shut down the facility, but it also allows the community to go there and have a feel how reconnecting communities happens, right? They can use the freeway for walking, biking, and having that experience. Regarding the Purple Line and the 688 Rapid, the feasibility study, it continues. Regarding the Purple Line, it is a complex project. It's going to take a long time, and the team is looking at the different options and phasing. We will be coming with a report to the board shortly on it, and there will be a rapid route will be a near-term solution for that area. On the 7815, I want to mention that we're working with Caltrans on releasing the draft environmental document next year. We're having discussions on what is the appropriate mitigation, BMT mitigation that should be considered there. But the project is moving forward. There were some discussions in the press that the project wasn't moving forward. I want to make it clear that that project is moving and the teams are working on it. On Otay Mesa East, 65% of the design is being accomplished currently. On the airport transit connection, surveys are in place and happening to determine who goes, what are the times, not just travelers, but also regular commuters to go to work there. So that would really allow us to have a better understanding of what are the needs and what can we be doing as proposals there. That concludes my report right now. Thank you.
Okay. With that, we're going to go ahead and now move on to consent agenda. Right. Oh, sorry.
Mine's dead.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Real quick, I just have a question on the Central Mobility Hub. Are we going to, when you said that's coming back, is that going to have some discussion of where the money's gone that we've actually allocated to it, which I think is right around 40 million?
We will be sending the funding and how it was spent before, and how Airport Transit Connection is also planning to spend their funds. But yes, we will be coming and we'll be sending that the funding information that was requested.
Okay, perfect.
And we can connect with you also to see if that satisfies the request. And if not, we can expand it.
Okay. And then one quick question. I don't know if this should wait until we have item number 5. It's about item number 5.
We can when we go to the consent agenda.
Okay. All right. I'll ask it then. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Any other additional comments? I'm just going to ask everyone. Okay, go ahead. Let me just get clarification. Is this thing working? Can everybody just click on it once and tell, so I can make sure that I can see everybody?
It is.
Okay.
It's a toggle, so don't don't click it twice, so
Yeah.
you'll go off.
Yeah. Okay, somebody's off. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have 16 people on it right now. Yeah. So,
Oh, now you.
okay, there you go.
Mine's dead.
17.
Mine-
Everybody did it? Everybody did it? All right, I'm gonna, oh, there you go. Now we have 18.
Okay.
There you go. All right, can you clear it up now? Everybody should be working now. If you want to speak on,
Click it once.
yes, only click it once, but I'm going to try to move the meeting back. So right now I have 3 people on the, okay, council member.
I just want to thank Mario Orso for this incredible update. I was ready to fight today. And with what you mentioned about being able to retire promptly, the 125 toll booth system, that gives me a lot of hope, not just me, the whole city, the whole South Bay region. And can you just rephrase exactly what you said about 2025? I want to have it really clear for me and for everyone else.
So what I said is that we modeled the State Route 125 on the proposed 2025 regional plan that's going to be coming up. And that with taking the tolls off, we are just there meeting in compliance our greenhouse reductions, the 19%. So that that doesn't say that the tolls are going to go away, but to be honest, it is the first step. If it's in the regional plan that we are not foreseeing tolling there, then the
Mario,
next steps
I'm
happen.
gonna ask, so you made very brief comments because you're giving an overview of what is coming, and that's your prerogative to do that. I don't want to get into discussion about the 125. I just told the mayor that we're gonna have that discussion when that item comes up. And so if it's okay with you, if you have a comment to
Perfectly
make about
fine.
the comments, this is the time. But if you have a comment to make of any of the agenda items, if you can do me the favor of waiting until those agenda items come up, because I want to make sure we follow protocol
I just
appropriately.
wanted to state it for the record again.
Okay, we'll
Thank
have
you.
them do it again during the SR 125. Yes, ma'am.
Mario, this is October, wildfire season in the rural areas. What have we done to alleviate the bottleneck issues with the highways that are used for evacuation heading west? There are bottlenecks that have been up there forever, and we've highlighted those as being potential fatal zones for evacuees. Where are we with resolving bottleneck issues with lanes that are 1 lane, 2, 3, continuing to change as people evacuate west? Thank you.
Okay. What route did you mention that was? I couldn't hear.
This would be specifically 67, but there are bottlenecks on other evacuation routes.
Everett, do you want to help me on what's the emergency evacuation plan from Caltrans?
Yeah, so Caltrans has been working with emergency responders, CAL FIRE, CHP, and others to reassess on an annual basis is what we do to reassess our highway system and to identify where additional improvements may be made. So over the last few years, Caltrans has completed projects there that create some widenings and create opportunities to improve traffic flow through there. Certainly, we have a larger project up and coming that's going to address most of those issues. That State Route 67 project is at some point will be presented here at the board, but just to be informed that Caltrans is well aware of the concerns of the communities in Ramona and further east, as well as CHP and CAL FIRE, and we certainly have a plan to address any issues that may come up during this time.
Thank you.
Minto.
That'd be me, not the name on the front there. And it's my counterpart.
No,
a quick question here, Mario. I know we had a freeway cleanup working group at one point. Are they still active? Because I got a.
What working group, sir? I didn't hear you.
We had a working group that looked at freeway cleaning and maintenance and all that. Is that still active or?
Not that I know of. This is the one that was initiated at that time by Mayor Bilaashka.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I hadn't heard a long time on it. And so I was curious because I was reading about some issues on Freeway 8 and 94 and talking about how filthy they are. But they did mention that Caltrans is doing a great job at freeway maintenance and construction, though, just leaving a lot of trash. So thought I'd just point that out. Not in a bad way, but thanks.
I'm sorry, Mayor Minto, you're referring to Route 52 and potential.
No, actually, it says here specifically, and they didn't narrow it down a lot, but the person lives in Spring Valley. So they just said 94 and 8 are both horrible. Never seen them in such a bad condition. However, they did say it's great that you're fixing the freeways. So just for what it's worth.
So I'm going to ask everyone to use this so that I can give you the opportunity to
It's
speak.
hopping, but I mean, it's saying.
Yeah,
it, but
no, no, go ahead,
anyways.
go ahead.
All right, that's all I had. Thanks.
Follow up, I would like to concur with Mayor Minto about, well, I'm not sure I'm concurring, but I would say that it would be useful to reconvene that subcommittee, and I don't know where they left off. I know it was started by Mayor Blakespear. It was one of her pet peeves, the filthiness of all of the interchanges in our city. And so this particular issue is still a problem in Encinitas. And so, again, I don't know where it was left off.
Yeah.
But whether we need to go to the state for some more money, what the solution is, I don't know. But I would hope that we could attempt to address the problem.
All right, what we'll do is I'll ask Mario and the team to, I was on that committee as well. If you can come back and just report back to the board, and then if, you know, what are the next steps in terms of meeting or where the actual committee is at, okay? Yes, sir.
I was just going to say, point well taken. I think we're well aware that, you know, conditions on our highways aren't perfect, but Caltrans is dedicated and diligent in trying to address litter, debris, graffiti, other blight that we find on our facilities as well as encampments. And so we welcome that opportunity to come back and talk a little bit more about that.
If you need us to rattle any cages up there above your pay grade, we'll do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, we're going to go move on to our consent agenda. I just want to make sure everybody knows that based on public comment and items before us, our meeting is set to adjourn at about 2 o'clock, a little bit after 2 o'clock. So, you know, so that you all can manage your time accordingly. All right, with that, I'm going to go turn it over to Tessa for public comment.
And before I move into public comment, I'd like to announce for the record that item 3 on the consent agenda, the Policy Advisory Committee actions, was changed. The Executive Committee voted to send the letter with the revisions proposed by the Executive Committee at today's meeting, and directed staff to send the letter both to the chairs of the 2 committees and also to additional councils of governments. I'll move on to the public comments. The first commenter, LNC, you'll be followed by Truth. Please come to the podium.
And as a reminder, when you please start, can you just let us know what item you're speaking to? Thank you.
It's concerning the transnet. I believe that's 5. Okay, yeah. So anyways, if you look at them slides, please, Carolina, when he said he's going to remove the tolls, it's a lie. Because when you convert all lanes to managed lanes, I quote SANDAG from the auditors right here. Managed lanes are a source of revenue. So basically you're saying, you know, people don't carpool. So it's not about climate, it's another source of revenue on a road already paid by a transnet tax. Let me quote on this one. SANDAG also stated they did not expand 805. They saved $265 million because they bought out to that 125, made it a toll road. That's not what transnet promised. That's not what we were told. So believe me, Carolina, I hope you speak the hell up, because what they're doing is converting 125 into managed lane toll road. Look at 15. Look how clogged up that disaster is on the sides when you got concrete barriers and a so-called fast track. Them concrete barriers could have been 2 more lanes, for crying out loud.
Your time expired. Truth, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Mark. And then the final 2 commenters, phone number 813 and Paul the Bold.
Item 2, the minutes say Tijuana Mayor Ismail was a regular public comment. If that's true, why did he get more than 60 seconds to speak? And why did he speak before me when I arrived way before him and his minions? Why does Santa continue to be perpetrators of inequity? Because the Mexican visitors were treated better than the Americans. They even had reserved seats and were standing where I was told I couldn't stand. And the minutes do not note when Nora left the meeting sometime between 12:47 and 1:28 p.m. For any absent rep, the minutes need to give a short statement as to why. Item 3, 500,000 more of the people's nickels and dimes and SANDAG's wasting to cover their corrupt bike tracks. Item 4, Joy and Jewel both got $100 stipends for staying home and looking at a screen. Item 5, why stall and waste 600,000 of people's tax dollars on an equity analysis when every single day people are paying a toll? There is inherent inequity being perpetrated. And managed lanes are toll lanes. You can even call them rainbow road charges. It's still a tax to drive. But Carolina's ready to fight. That's why she supports taxing people more to SANDAG's benefit. That is psychosis at perfect example of it.
Your time expired. Mark, please come to the podium.
Mark, I was informed that you, Nora, are not allowed to respond to non-agenda public comments, but you are allowed to respond to specific agenda items. I'm addressing 3. And since I think it's important to know, and you're the chair of the board of directors that is asked to ratify the actions taken by the Policy Advisory Committee, I'd like to know if it's true. My search here on Microsoft, and I'm quoting, it says, Nora Vargas, a prominent leader participating in the UN meeting with young global leaders in September 2024. Is that correct? Okay, now you are allowed to respond, but you're not. I can only take it that you have something to hide or you're ashamed. Obviously, if you weren't involved, it would be easy to just say no. Everyone here has taken an oath, and it's not okay to represent a foreign organization here in our government. You guys
Your
need to
time
look into
has
that.
expired. Our final commenters, phone number 813 and Paul the Bold. I would like to also remind you to mention which consent items you are addressing when you speak. Thank you. 813, please go ahead.
Okay, so I just wanted to, let's see, I'm going to speak on all of them because there is actually, it's all geared towards reducing carbon, right? There is no intention to actually reduce carbon emission production, nor is there a plan to reduce pollution. The agenda is to add industries that capture the carbon and for corporations to trade the air of forests. That is called carbon neutrality. Middlemen will get paid to ration the power left over after running a comprehensive global online replica of all Earth systems, smart cities, industry, and people. Super energy intensive, eh? In plain words, it's the story to get we the tax cattle into permanently surveilled cities. Stop the lies, stop going along with it. Come on, wake up.
And our final commenter, Paul the Bold, please go ahead.
SR 125. So project initiation and equity analysis won't be finished until 2026. SR 125 facility ops, however, are apparently continuing without even mentioning toll removal. And the toll removal analysis does not actually mention toll removal. Sounds like more delaying garbage, while CMCP sounds like something which could be started concurrently with the project initiation, save a bit of time. Meeting minutes. You're leaving too much out in the interests of brevity. Looks like hiding stuff. Not sure what good just listing agenda numbers spoken on is. A popularity contest? Keep up with Oscars? As usual, just a list of speakers' names. Descriptions on the items on consent should include discussion and.
I think your time expired, and that concludes the public comments.
Yeah. All right. On this item, I'm happy to make a motion to move it forward. I want to just share a couple comments on item number 5. I want to circle back that when I made the motion on May 24th, the board voted to approve the development of a plan of action and a clear and updated timeline for the removal of toll-only operations for State Route 125. It included key components like project initiation phase, the equity analysis, and the environmental impact report for the State Route 125 corridor. I am pleased that we're seeing progress, and I want to highlight the importance of this analysis and the impact that it has on South County communities so that they're not left behind. Equity has to be at the forefront of this work on this particular project so we can create fair and accessible transportation solutions for the region. For too long, the South County communities, and my colleagues have mentioned it as well, who are here today, that we've shouldered a disproportionate share of transportation cost. And so it's not just a fee, it's a barrier that continues to limit access to economic opportunities, healthcare, education, especially for some of the communities that already are facing social and economic challenges. If we're serious about equity, we need to remove obstacles that disproportionately impact our most vulnerable populations. By eliminating the toll road, we would be taking a step towards leveling the playing field for residents in South County, making sure that our transportation infrastructure serves everyone and not just those who can afford it. So we're not talking about equity transportation as a buzzword, but really fundamentally creating opportunities of inclusive and accessible opportunities for all future. I do want to make sure that as we move forward, and I urge the board of directors to not only think about non-toll model and to the team that we're also including alternatives as to how we get there, right? So the year continues to be really far away. In regular, normal people's lives, they get impacted every day, and we're trying to address a lot of issues. So as I think I had mentioned this when the original motion was made, but I don't know if I have to just emphasize it again, that I want to make sure that we're looking at what other alternatives exist so that, we've mentioned things like maybe in the peak hours, we open it up for folks. What would that impact be as we're doing the study, right? So maybe when everybody's going to school, the impact on Bonita communities and how many people try to avoid the toll and they go in through the communities has a huge impact on Bonita and in Chula Vista, on the roads, on their safety, et cetera. So if it's going to be, let's say we are able to find the funding, we create a model that allows us to actually take away the fee, but it's not until 2050, I want to figure out what options exist between now and then. And I know that there's other models, and I think that we need to think about it from a perspective of we're the only ones paying to try to get from point A to point B in our community. So with that, I'm happy to make a motion, and I'm going to thank you. I'll turn over to my colleagues for comments. Mayor?
Thank you so much, Chair. So I just had a question about this, and I do believe that we do need to look into it, what this would entail and all of that. My only concern is that the 125 removal of the toll is nowhere in our Transnet project list. We do have in here the 54 125 express lanes, and then we also have the 52 express lanes to the 125 to the 15, though it doesn't say specifically the removal of the toll. We are using some of those funds that are currently in Transnet for that. So my only concern is anytime we are shifting Transnet dollars to projects that are not promised to our citizens of San Diego County. Yes, did you have a comment on that?
We don't have any Transnet funds on the toll removal for the 125 toll road.
So
It would be, we can check on that in detail, but anything that's not a route that receives those funds there. If it gets paid off, it would be with its own tolls, and it wouldn't be impacting any of the funds. Or if there's other funding that comes in, I think Assembly Member Alvarez earmarked $20 million to pay off or to contribute. But to my knowledge, and we can check, there's no Transnet funds on this route. And my team can verify that.
So by reading this wrong, then on page, I think it's 13, sorry, it's kind of cut off on my print, and it did not print part of the whole thing. Anyway, it does show some dollars that are coming from the Transnet multi-corridor. So I wanted to verify, maybe someone could answer that.
We can check.
I'm sorry, I just saw
Susan,
this
do you
this
want to
morning.
clarify it? Would it have been the connectors with 905?
Thank you for the question. So I see what you're looking at. That's the attachment number 1 to this item. And it does have Transnet. That Transnet money is sticking with the CMCP high-speed transit / SR 125 project. That is on there. What's being removed is the toll revenue. So that project, you see that Transnet line, it hasn't changed at all. So why you're being shown this is the 300,000 is being removed from that project and it's being put on the other project.
Okay, so it's the money that's already there allocated from the CMPC for the 125. Is that right? Am I?
Yeah, so there is a portion that is funding this from Transnet Major Corridor, right? And it's staying on that project for the scope, which is included in the Transnet Major Corridor that you referenced.
Yes.
So that's just a portion of the funding and it's staying there. It's not moving to the other project.
Got it. What I was trying to get to was, were we taking it from something else that was already in Transnet that was a different project? So that's all I was, because it's very misleading the way this is. And we might want to, in the future, when we have something like this that needs clarification, when you have a red line and then you have an allocation, maybe to go into further explanation. If it's on consent, maybe it's in the notes or something like that, only because I just kind of looked at this and went, wait, well, I have to ask a question because I have to understand that. So, all right. Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilmember Shu.
Thank you. I'm in support of the motion and the entire consent calendar, and particularly on item number 5. And I want to go back a ways in history. Many years ago, Mayor Salas from Chula Vista brought this up as an issue that we need to address equity, and I'm glad we're making some headway in this. But I have some real questions with regards to how we're going to use these funding to do this equity analysis. And I brought up in the past that equity, in my mind, means we not only look at what we deal with at the present, but we look at the past in terms of inequities in the past. So for quite some time now, we've had a toll road. This was the main toll road in our whole region. And how did that affect everything? And in terms of who was paying for that toll when other roads in the entire region didn't have a toll, and how that came about, as well as what that meant to the residences that had to pay that road, pay that toll road. So that's my first question, Mario. Is this study going to go into that?
Not to my knowledge that it's going to look from the past. This is part of the overall countywide equity analysis to look at the different managed lanes and toll facilities that we have. I can go and check if we're going to go in the past, but I doubt, to be quite honest.
So my comment was, that's the way SANDAG has been approaching the question of equity. And I would say we need to stop using the word equity and just say equal. Because if you mean equity, you better go back 10, 20 years and look at the inequities of the past as we apply funding towards the future and projects towards the future. Otherwise, we're misusing the term equity. Even though this board acted on equity a number of years ago, saying that we're going to try to achieve equity, we have not come there yet. And as long as we misdefine equity, I think that's an error and we're misleading the public. The other question I have is managed lanes. And I've been a proponent of, if we're going to do managed lanes, we do it at least equally, if not equitably, across our whole region. And I know there are constraints in terms of how many managed lanes we can convert at any given time, but we do north-south as well as east-west, and we make it work. Otherwise, this business of people taking different routes to achieve avoidance of managed lanes or making any payments happens, or people going off onto the roadways. So my city has been suffering from that for a number of years because of congestion issues. People get off the freeway because it's congested and they cut through the mesa, and they cause all kinds of other traffic problems as well as pollution problems in our city. We have a disproportionate amount of that, and I'm sure there are many other communities throughout our region that have that kind of problem because of are inadequacies in certain locations, intersections, and roadways. So I hope we think about that as we go into the 2025 plan. But thank you for that clarification.
Councilmember Chavez?
First of all, I could not agree more with Jack Shu than I think I've ever agreed with him. I really respect you and thank you for that. As I mentioned before on the last board meeting, Chula Vista strongly opposes the conversion of SR 125 to all managed lanes. And if we're talking about being equal, yes, I want to revise the equalness of the county, right? Not just equity for one part of the county, even though when we talk about the 125, we think Chula Vista, but it's not just Chula Vista. Let's be real. It's all South Bay. We're impacting the 805. We're impacting the 5 because commuters from Otay Mesa or the border crossing in Otay, the future of Otay Mesa too, they're not, they find the toll system, they find the toll offensive. So they go to the 805, they go to the 5. We're going to be reducing the wait time of the 805 and the 5 when we open the 125. So let's not think Chula Vista just by itself. Let's think holistically in the region, right? And the workforce that we have and the students that are coming from the South. So I want to encourage this board to think holistically. Stop thinking about Chula Vista. I think about Chula Vista, but it's also all this floating population that we have going northbound every single day and going southbound every single day. We're reducing the time that they get to spend with their families. There's extra 30 minutes if you're waiting an hour in the 805 or the 5. You have extra 30 minutes with your family when you open the 125, not impact all these main arteries from the south. So I just have one question because I know we're going to be talking more about this on item 7. Does the project initiation also include the state of good repair study we need to submit to Caltrans?
That's actually what it is. The project initiation, a couple points of clarification. I promise I'll be brief. First of all, the regional plan is the snapshot of what is being foreseen, and it's being done in this new cycle for 2025. The window that is very important is the window up to 2035. That is what is in the finance perspective. And correct me, Antoinette, if I'm saying something wrong here. So by including the 125 with no tolls, it opens the window for the board and for us as a staff to bring in the different scenarios and finding financing strategies to take out the toll within that window. It also identifies that it will have more traffic. The speeds will go down. It helps a little bit on the 805 and the 5. But at the same time, and I think what Mr. Shu was saying, around that same timetable, most probably the 805 managed lanes, the HOVs will be converted to managed lanes, as well in North County, the 5 HOV lane could be converted to manage. So I just want to put it out there, and we will be coming later, not later today, but we'll come in subsequent board meetings with the revised network. Based on the comments you gave us on the last meeting. But it's it is confusing, but basically it opens the door to continue with the process of taking the tolls away. Now, when I said managed lanes would be included in the 125, it's not financeable, so it would be put out on the unconstrained around 2050, if it would to be needed. So basically, short-term, tolls will be taken off if we figure out how to pay for that. So I just want to put it very clearly. And the team, I think, is this the PIT team? I do see here our PIT team, in case there is any more questions.
So
technical questions.
I know. I just, when we talk about managed lanes, it just seems to us that it's talking about more tolls, right? So we were taking a toll to charge them in another way. I think 2050 if, I feel hopeful that we're going to figure out how to pay it without having to install them. I feel hopeful, right?
Absolutely.
So if there's anything you want to add to that, please jump in.
I think, Nikki, more than anything, question was how can we expedite the PIT that we have it for about 12 months? I think Councilmember Moran also asked me on the sideline. So I don't know if you want to address a little bit of the schedule of the project initiation document and the scope.
I would say that the approximate time of 12 months is really the expedited way. We could get it to you sooner than that if we need to. But that also includes, relinquishment process, looking at all the assets in that corridor, may it be a rehab, repair, or upgrade. But we will send you more information as we go along in the process.
So I just want to add, Mario, thank you, Nikki, that, the process that we're going to enter in for the PID also includes some preliminary environmental work. And so that's going to take some time as well to gather the information that's out there and look at, get the studies conducted. So as much as we recognize that, this is a really high priority for the region, we're going to do our best to expedite. But certainly we have to ensure we run the proper course to get it done.
I appreciate it. And not just on behalf of Chula Vista, but the whole South Bay and all the users that we have. We grandfather in a floating population here, that we have this workforce that comes every single day, these students, this tourism, and it comes down on us and our arteries, right? Our main arteries. So anything we can do to make prompt solutions is greatly appreciated.
I'm going to try to, sir, I'm going to try to move this along so that we can make sure everybody gets an opportunity to speak. Councilmember Buckholder. Yes.
I'm sorry, Chair, I didn't hear you. I heard council member, I just didn't hear my name. I'm so sorry. It just seems to me that any reduction in toll revenues results in a reduction in revenues for SANDAG to complete the projects that have been on the books for quite some time. I have here the Proposition A from 1987, where on page 24, it certainly says Route 78 corridor, reserve fund for highway related interchange and arterial improvements and additional Route 78 widening, and also widen the freeway from I-5 in Oceanside to I-15. So, I mean, these have been on the books since 1987. So I just get a little bit worried about that. While I do understand, I do understand the plight, right? I get why it's necessary and why we want to remove the toll. But I just think we consistently come back and say, wouldn't it be nice if SANDAG honored the high priority projects that were already on the books? I think it would just add to, I don't know what I would call credibility of the agency. So I just felt like I had to stand up for North County and for Carlsbad, I-578 and the stop sign that we talk about all the time. And while I do appreciate removing the tolls, it's going to come back to all the rest of us in paying for it somehow. Thank you.
Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I continue to be extremely disappointed with how SANDAG is handling the 125. You guys have heard where I stand on the 125. I think I stand with Chula Vista, National City, South San Diego. We want the tolls removed now. We're the only community that gets triple taxed on this toll. We pay taxes every single year, we pay the toll, and we pay Transnet funding. We're the only community that does this. This to me seems like we are slow walking this issue, and I do recognize, Mario, I was very supportive of you, and I thank you for accepting this very, very difficult challenge. But this is no longer in your hands. This is in our hands now because of how we have voted. We have money at risk. I know that Assembly Member Alvarez is watching this, the $20 million that he's provided this agency, and that money is absolutely at risk, given the state of California clawing back a lot of its funding. But And I can understand where the environmental analysis might take a year, but a whole year to wait for the equity analysis? A whole year to wait for a timeline on the toll? That to me sounds ridiculous. And I will not be supporting the action today because of that year. How much longer do we have to wait? 2042? I think we were very clear in making this fair to the residents of South Bay. This is to me an injustice to the South Bay. And as I mentioned, and I will ask for the record, there was a reference to the fact that this would possibly, I can't find my words. The bond is at stake right now, right? And we have a bond against the 125, and we want to make sure that we have a responsibility to bondholders, but nobody has told us how much that exactly is going to cost every single year to make the bondholders whole. And that is my question. How much will this cost SANDAG to make the bondholders whole? But the number one thing, the number one conversation that I have been asking now since I've sat here, that I literally am Shanila Rivera's alternate, and I come here to fight for the South Bay, to make sure we get a piece of the pie, to make sure we're getting justice and fairness, and we're not. And moving this for another year is not just and is not fair. And so I will not be supporting the motion before us unless we have a commitment that the equity analysis and also the removal of the toll operations, that should be 3 months max for an analysis of how fast we could move these, how fast we could remove the tolls. The environmental, I understand that's going to take longer, but this is just, to me, a whole year is ridiculous. We asked for this a while ago now, and I will not be supporting the motion on the floor. I absolutely stand with my residents in South Bay, and I continue to implore SANDAG to make the tolls free. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Just want to clarify some process here. The work that the team is going to propose in this budget is to line up the decision and be able to move forward if the tolls are taken off. That doesn't mean that nobody's going to be working on it during that period. This is a requirement that's needed. We need to sign an agreement with Caltrans that they will take it. A lot of those studies are required by the state. In parallel, we will be doing the financial analysis, and we can get you that about how much is sold, how much is generating. And I think before my time, there was a presentation that the bonds, the first time to call in the bonds was 2027, if my memory serves me right. So what we're doing is nothing can happen in this region from a project perspective if it's not in the RTP. So first of all, a big check mark was to put it, see if we would be in compliance and put it in the 2025 RTP that's being developed. That's a huge, huge achievement.
But I'm sorry to interrupt you since this was my time, but there's nothing that impedes us from stopping the toll. There's nothing that stops us as long as we make the bondholders whole. There is absolutely nothing that's stopping us from removing that toll. It's just political will.
That up to a point, you're right, after 2027, that's a point. But then who maintains the facility and who pays for the maintenance of that facility has to be discussed and negotiated. SANDAG doesn't have the financial capacity to manage an existing road. We plan, like I mentioned in my past presentation, we plan and we construct. In very rare cases, we operate, which is this road. We will need to handle it, pass it on to the state highway network. And the state has their requirements, and we need to negotiate that with them.
And I understand that. We've relinquished the 75 down in the South Bay, and I understand that that's a tedious job. But once again, I stand with my no vote. Removing the toll is political will at this point. We keep on, a yes vote on this is to continue to tax the South Bay residents 3 times. So I will not be supporting this item before us.
So wait,
unless
I want to
we
have
come back with
clarification.
with a shorter time frame on this. A year is ridiculous.
Okay, I got 3 more people on the queue, but I need clarification. So is it political will or is it a fiduciary responsibility? Because I want to make sure, I want to understand better because, okay, I can take a vote right now and we do away with the toll, right? We do that right now. So what actually happens if we do that right now? Because, well, it's not just let's do it. The problem is that we have a responsibility to the bond. I want to take it out. I mean, that's all I heard at my Bonita meeting on Monday. It's all I hear every time I go anywhere because we're telling people that we're going to do this, but we have a responsibility and we're going to have a conversation after this, after closed session, specifically about our tools operations and some of the challenges that we have there. So as wearing my hat as the chair of SANDAG, right? Even though I'm a resident of the county, I want to better understand what that means.
Don, do you want to talk a little bit about the financing?
Yes, yes. So we've presented previously about the timing of the call on the existing debt. The board at its discretion could find, money from other sources if you so choose to actually fund and escrow defease those bonds. It will be quite a bit more expensive to actually do that, to be able to remove the toll sooner. That would make, basically it would set aside an escrow account to forward refund those bonds that have a call date in 2027 and beyond. We also presented that in 2027, that's the first call date. So the principal and interest payments would continue to accrue until 2027. We also have the 20 million, and I would like to clarify that is in SANDAG's accounts right now. We have already drawn that from the state, so that funding is not at risk. But we also had an additional time period that we would need for the revenues to come in to make to fully pay off the debt, right? We said the break-even period was 2029. If the board, desires to, look under the couch cushions or really be aggressive and find another source of funds to pay those bonds off sooner or to escrow defease, we would work with our financial advisor and model that up and look with our bankers and see what it would cost. But
All
it's
right,
going to
then
be a
this is what we're
cost.
going to do. I'm going to pull this item number 5. I can pull it, right? And legally, I can pull it. I'm going to move this item to the next board meeting, and I want you to bring me all those opportunities. How about that?
We can do that. I would like to also say, though, that's the financial part.
That's fine.
What this study was going to do was look at the other requirements because the financing, as we've said before, is only one piece of it. If we take the tolls off, that is something we have to work out with Caltrans under the franchise agreement, which says we're going to operate a toll facility until a certain time, and to request that they take that back as a free flow facility. There are those additional requirements, and that's what this particular study is going to look at. What else is needed to actually turn that facility back over to Caltrans as a free flow facility?
So in a nutshell, in addition to just paying it off, we will need an environmental clearance and some additional analysis to negotiate with Caltrans, the state of good repair. This is what it's doing it. So even if we would come with the financial strategy to pay it off, the environmental document in the project initiation to evaluate state of good repair will be the basis to Caltrans, to negotiate with Caltrans the relinquishment. This is a required process also.
Chair, if I may, I think that the one thing that is important, well, everything is important, but the one thing that to me sticks out is the environmental analysis. And let me remind you, this is a preliminary to the environmental analysis. I just can't believe we do so many pre's to actual documents. But nonetheless, I think the environmental analysis, as our CEO mentioned, is probably the one that should move forward. But in regards to the equity analysis and the toll road timeline, that I think is what we should discuss. I'm not ready to approve that part. The environmental, we should move on.
So what are the options that I'm getting from staff
I think that,
to address my colleague's request?
you know, right now we would be just giving you a proposal, very preliminary. I think the best idea is to come back at the next meeting with the information that you're requesting, but also giving you an estimate of the environmental analysis separate and what will be, let's call it the bare bones cost of the items that will be needed that would allow us to negotiate and entitle or get the permissions to transfer this facility. I think right now, giving something off the cuff wouldn't be responsible on my side.
Yes. Go ahead, sir.
I just want to clarify one point. The reason we have preliminary analysis for the environmental is as we work on the project initiation document, we'll be better prepared for the environmental process to be more streamlined. We can't start the environmental process until the project initiation document is complete. So we were trying to front load some of that work earlier on. So if we don't approve the project initiation document, we can't start on any of the environmental analysis. So I just want to clarify that step has to happen first. And that project initiation document and some of the processes is outside of just Caltrans approval. It has to go to the California Transportation Commission. So we're trying to follow all the steps and start the work now. So I just want to clarify that.
2 weeks is not going to kill this.
Let me just interject, but I recognize that the CTC is asking for or would require a preliminary environmental analysis. They're not requiring an equity analysis and also a timeline for the removal of the toll roads, right? It's just part one that you are mentioning, which
Yes.
I think me complaining about the preliminary is just me being, a regular resident. That's craziness
I just
to
want
me,
to
but
clarify.
I thank you for that. So I continue to stress that the preliminary environmental analysis report is probably the one that we should move forward with. How much does it cost? I don't know, but 2 and 3, I think just slow walking.
I have been informed that the equity, and I don't know what, can somebody just say that? I don't want to say it because I want to make sure somebody.
Yes, thank you. So I think to address the concerns, we could, remove the equity analysis from what we're asking for. That is a separate portion. That's 200,000 for that equity analysis that's in the report. 400,000 is to advance the PID and the environmental analysis. So if we want to decouple those efforts, I think we could do that if you'd like to pursue that option and then come back with more information about
So
the
can I
equity analysis.
give a substitute motion to move forward with the preliminary environmental analysis report? Is that correct? That's correct?
Yep.
Tori?
Yes,
Okay,
yes, we
I
could
have
do
some other people on the queue because there's a lot of other items.
We could do the project initiation document and the preliminary environmental analysis as one effort and the equity analysis as a separate one.
I second that.
Council member, I think that it's also important to include the financial analysis as well.
Yeah, honestly, the financial analysis shouldn't take a year.
No, but I mean, should be included in your motion because it's not in here right now.
But I want the financial analysis in like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Then absolutely, yeah. If
Okay,
it's going to
we'll
be in 2
include it in
weeks.
the motion.
The previous motion said 1 year.
Was there a motion or wasn't that a recommendation?
Yes, there was a
I know,
motion.
I made a motion to move the consent the consent agenda, and then somebody else, Councilmember Chavez seconded, and then now Councilmember Moreno has made a substitute motion, and I'm asking her, because it was a second to her motion, I'm just for clarification, I'm asking if we just had a conversation where we also should get the financial component of it, so I'm asking.
I don't think it should be in the motion. I think
Okay.
that's something that
That it
staff
should
should
be
just do for us in the next 2 weeks.
Okay, is that fine?
Chair, I have a point of order.
Yes, sir.
Because we had a motion on the consent calendar and we've actually gone way out into the weeds on item number 5, solo. So we should probably have
Well,
a vote
that's-
on the consent calendar, remove this and have a separate vote on it.
Well, so she just made a substitute motion for the consent. I think we're good. I
it
just
has
have a
to be
couple of other
proper
people on the queue, and it's okay
Can
to
I
have a
reiterate my
conversation.
motion?
Sure.
Okay, So I made the motion for the substitute motion to move forward with the preliminary environmental analysis report, that's it, and move the balance of the consent agenda.
Yep. All right, I have other people on the queue. Mayor Minto?
There's a lot of questions, obviously, a lot of things going on here. One of the things that my biggest question is, and I hate to say this, but I kind of agree with Jack also, this is a payday for you, kind of. We need to have a better understanding of what equity versus equal means and things of that nature, because quite frankly, my question is also, how do you determine that? How do you determine whether people have been treated equitably or equally, or just because they live in South Bay and they're not treated the same as maybe other areas because there's 52 doesn't have a toll or whatever? If that's what you're hanging your hat on, I'm not sure that's the best way of looking at it, because usually taking a toll road is a choice. I grew up in a family that was very tight with their money, and they would go way out of their way just to avoid something like that, even though they probably could afford it. So the question is that equitable or not? Because people choose not to do it because they just don't want to spend the money. It's like, going to the store and buying a brand name versus the store name. You can afford it, maybe you can't, but it's choice. And so that's the kind of thing I want to understand about when we talk about equity or equality. And then also, I guess maybe this is a question for Everett. Let's say we stop this toll, we transfer the property. Is there any reason or anything that prohibits the state from implementing the toll again to get their contribution out of it?
Well, that's what the studies would tell us down the road in terms of the environmental impacts and what mitigation measures we may be able to identify. If we get through that process, certainly, we can't predict the future or what changes may occur in the future, but based on the process, the environmental studies and the outcomes of those studies, we can at least have a fairly good understanding of whether there's going to be changes in the future or not.
The bottom line is, though, if you say, well, the state of California says, well, we really can't accept this because we can't afford it, or, there's still obligations or whatever the terminology that comes out of it, the state could say one of the recommendations is we will take this over. However, a toll has to remain. I mean, that's just, I'm throwing that out there because somebody wants this to be, the bond company
not
wants it to
necessarily.
be
And this
paid
is
off.
where, again, where we go through the process of evaluating how do we manage the environmental impacts, especially as it relates to air quality.
Right.
And so, again, it's not that the state doesn't want to take this over. We already knew we're going to take this over in 2042, 2043. So it's coming back to the state. The argument is to come back to the state earlier than expected, right? So, and I think that's where we're working towards to address.
Yeah, I just don't want us to think that just because we pass it off that there won't be an additional cost somewhere along the line, because it's always a possibility. So, and the other cost may not be as good as the one that we have now. Just food for thought.
All right, Mayor Krantz.
Thank you. I have cleared my calendar for the rest of the afternoon, but I do have a hard stop at 5 o'clock today. So I hope we can get through. Yeah. Look, the gentlewomen from the South Bay are top-notch representatives of the people of their communities. I applaud them. But I would also like to mention that the history of this toll road is that it was acquired out of bankruptcy from a private sector operator of the toll road. And it was done so on the premise that the SANDAG would have this toll in place until the bonds were paid off. So while I appreciate the goal is to remove the toll prematurely, I think that it's incumbent upon this agency to do so from an informed position. So I would only ask that we not rush into anything, especially given that 28 date, I think, was the first that it could be paid off and so on and so forth. So, you know, I think that the amount of time that we spent on this is indicative of the advocacy of the representatives of the South Bay. I know Mayor Salas was also very good at this, and it's been a subject of conversation countless times at this body. And my hope is that someday we can get to the point where we're not beating this to death. Ultimately, removing the toll has environmental impacts that we need to analyze. It has budgetary impacts that we need to analyze. I'm with Councilmember Burkholder. There are other projects in the region that will pay the price for removing the toll. And given the premise of the original purchase, I think that we owe it to the region to make sure we analyze this properly. I can also read AB 805 tea leaves, and I noticed that with San Diego and Chula Vista being the strongest advocates, that a weighted vote would not bode well for those small cities that are on this body. So I, again, would ask that we just take our time and analyze this correctly.
Yeah. So, yeah, and you forgot the county. So it's a strong way to vote. So Mayor Krantz, I really appreciate those comments. I have two more people on the queue, but I just want to reiterate to folks that the reason why you have, and I don't speak for my colleagues, I can speak for myself. The South County has very much changed in terms of who the representatives are. And I think if you look around the room, this is not what it looked like when many of these decisions were made, and the communities that were impacted were not at the table to really be able to advocate. So when I talk about equity and equality, I'm talking about people like me. My community was not represented at any of these discussions. The people who were representing us back then had a very different perspective of what equity was, if they even talked about it or thought about it. And the reality is that we are trying to serve constituents that have brought this up over and over, and all of the other issues duly noted. But I want to make sure that the reason why you have representatives that are such advocates on these issues now is because for many years, and I can talk about landfills, I can talk about, the Tijuana River Valley, I can talk about all of these issues that for years have impacted our communities without actual equitable representation. So I just put that on the table so that when we're making decisions, many of you have been fortunate enough to have representatives in North County or in other areas that have represented your interest. I can assure you that we have not. So that is what I wanted to make sure I share with everyone. Mayor.
Thank you so much, Chair. I totally agree with Mayor Krantz. He said actually much of what I was going to say. The only thing that I would caution is, yes, there's a line. There's a line of all the projects that we have prioritized as a board. And I too, I actually don't believe in toll roads myself if they weren't built originally as a toll road. I would like to get rid of the toll. However, there are going to be environmental costs, but the financial costs also cannot be ignored. I don't feel that it would be appropriate for us to push any projects ahead of something else that's been waiting for a long time, because again, back to the line. And then the environmental part, where are we going to make up the mitigation measures that we may have in other parts of the county? So, or is it going to be in South County? I don't really know how that works. So I am in favor of moving forward with the environmental part of it, because I think that's important to note. But I think also, how does it fit within the financial part of all of the projects that we've already promised, all of the income that we already have? And so the environmental cost and the financial cost to be evenly weighed and fully incorporated in what we come back with. And then let me just make sure there's nothing else. No, I think that's pretty much it. Anyway, thank you.
And I think that's what this motion does. Yeah, you're right. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you. I'll make it real quick, because Councilmember Duncan's reminding me that this is a consent calendar. We want to move on. It's not just the tolls. Because there's a toll on 125, more people travel on 805 and 15, traveling through already a very impacted community. They're getting much more pollution, and they're already impacted already. So we talked about health impacts last year. I want to continue thinking about that as well. That's why it is so important to really address equal, if not equitable. Unlike the amendments that were made from the complete consent calendar, I hope SANDAG staff just takes this discussion that we had in good heart and move things as fast as we can. I think there are so many things to address, from Caltrans to SUCA analysis, and our overall goal of reducing VMT. Tolls do reduce VMT. So as we take away this toll, we need other methods to reduce VMT, not 19% by 2035. Science has told us that we have to reduce VMT 25% per capita by 2030. That's the goal that we should be talking about. And I really am upset that we don't look at state law and are not addressing that kind of goal. And that's what we have to deal with. So that's probably a bit off topics. So I'll say we should go for the vote. Thank you.
Okay, I have one more, Mayor, and then I'm closing it up so we can take a vote. Go ahead. Deputy
I would
Mayor,
add
sorry.
to the conversation, I fully support doing these environmental studies. And I'd like to challenge the question, the assumption that tolls reduce VMT. Because when people have to get to where they're going to go, and they need to avoid the tolls, perhaps for economic reasons, they're going to be pushed onto the streets, the surface streets, and through residential neighborhoods. So I certainly hope that the model will include that. And I'd like to propose that we may want to do something in response to the new information that we are receiving, and we will receive later today, about the difficulty of attaching the data that's coming from the toll system to the financial data and making that flow accurately and properly. That's new information. So the second question I have is it possible, is it an option to suspend on an interim basis the tolls immediately? So that would be a suspension, not a removal. It would be turn it all off while we can't handle the data. Thank you.
So because this is a consent agenda item, I think that what we're going to do is I'm going to ask our...
I don't need an answer to
yeah,
this.
so I'm going to
question
ask
right
him to include it in the response to the board, okay? All right, with that, there's no further discussion. I have a motion, substitute motion, and it's all up there. All right. Did you put the motion up? Yeah. Everybody understands what you're voting on? Okay, please vote.
John.
And that
All right.
motion passes.
Thank you for that discussion. And I think lesson learned that this item should not be on consent. All right, moving forward, we're going to move on to public comments for closed session, item number 6.
Thank you. We do have closed session public comments. Truth, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Catherine Rhodes, Cesar Javier, and Paul the Bold.
All right, Nora's right. So tell us Silly sucked. Melanie Sandag has no street cred. Let's talk why there's a lawsuit. In July 2022, Sandag voted to remove the toll from the 125 that never happened. Was it because Sandag screwed up the entire project, racked up debt, and tried to cover it all up only to fail harder? And why did it take 5 months to finally talk about it today?
All right. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Can you hold her time? Can everybody make sure that we're giving everyone time? Go ahead.
Okay, why does it cost more for a project initiation phase and an equity analysis than the toll revenue that Sandag is banking? For the record, the 125 toll also affects East County, and no one ever talks about that. If Sandag would start spending people's tax dollars wisely, maybe by cutting projects people never asked for, like some of those stupid bike lanes, or to quit overpaying big developers that have made millions off of Sandag projects like HNTB, HDR, Flatiron, ACOM, and WSP who funded Measure G, then there'd be more money available to pay off the debt Sandag incurred. It's time to stop punishing residents and drivers who had nothing to do with SANDAG's lawsuits, mismanagement, and political scandals. I got my no on Measure G sign. Also, hello, Ricky. Nice to see you.
Your time expired. Catherine Rhodes, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by the final three commenters, Cesar Javier, Paula Bold, and phone number 813.
Hello, Catherine Rhodes, and I just went to your 2023 annual comprehensive financial report, and there's $197 million for the toll road, SR 125, that you guys have to pay off. So if you came up with 197, plus it actually says that you already have $96 million of the money in restricted cash and cash equivalent set aside for debt service. So for me, I'm not sure, but it seems like you need to come up with $100 million you have to come up with, and how you can come up with it, of course. If you guys looked at my airport, how to pay for the airport connectivity with the billions of dollars that are hoarded at the airport authority, you could actually pay for it. There's a funding solution that you still haven't looked into. Never. I've been coming here for 3 years since this the law changed for the FAA to allow transit to be paid for by airport
Your time
revenue.
has expired.
Thank you.
Cesar Javier, please come to the podium.
I believe he left. Yeah, I believe he left. I just checked everywhere.
Thank you. Paul the Bold, please go ahead. You are self-muted.
Sorry, what item are we on there? Is this number 6?
This is the
Hello?
closed session item number 6.
Number 6 is the updated progress on the toll back office system.
No,
Did not, what?
it is the closed session item, just to be clear.
Well, what happened to the update on the back office system?
That is item number 7. So you are on item number 6, conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation
Oh.
pursuant to government code section 5495, 6.9, sir.
Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't have really much to say on this. Except I hope you don't skip out on us for the Padres game until we finish the entire agenda. Thanks.
And our final commenter, phone number 813, please go ahead.
Good one. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay, great. So yes, okay. So on this, I also, yeah, I'm not too clear on it, but I just wanted to remind the people how, it's really funny how people like to play the victim, and yet when these people, as Vargas, had the opportunity to be representatives of her constituents, she failed them. You
All right, can you
failed to
focus on
represent.
item number 6? This is closed
Yes,
session.
yes.
Please.
People, yes. People see right through you. Conflicts of interest, Vargas. I'm done.
That concludes the public comments.
All right, with that, we're going to ask anyone who is not supposed to be in closed session to please exit the room at this time, and we'll reconvene to share any reportable actions and take a non-agenda public action. Yeah. All right. Are we online? All right. We are online. Thank you. What the hell did I do with that page? All right, we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna turn it over to. That's fine. I'm turning over to legal counsel to go ahead and give an update.
Right. Board met in closed session to discuss item 6, conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to government code section 54956.9 D2, one potential case. That item was discussed and there is no reportable action.
Thank you. The next item thank you. The next item on the agenda is item number 7, the back office system update. I will turn it over to Mario.
Thank you. The conversation on this item is basically what we brought up about, okay, there was something on the screen. This item is to be able to accurately scope the work at the back office. We need to determine what is the total data migration. So the team is going to be discussing some data and tools that have been on the books for, I don't know, 10 years or more. And we would like to, it's not collectible, nor the fees that were generated. So we're asking to go and clean that up and go up to just 3 years to be able to data migrate to any new system. Kim and Antoinette and Lucinda.
Good afternoon, Antoinette Meyer, your planning director, and I know you're all wondering why I'm here to provide an update on the back office system. It's not a standard planning item, but in July, the back office system project moved under the planning department, and that's because in our department, we have a transportation technology planning team that is experienced in systems planning and engineering. That group is overseen by Alex Estrella, who you may not have met before, but I'm happy to introduce Alex. He's our technology planning manager. And as you read in the staff report, there were some critical planning steps that were skipped before we procured the new back office system, and that's caused challenges and delays that we're going to talk through today. Because of Alex's experience, he's worked on complex projects like the I-15 Express lanes. He's really helping us to bring this project along and get it back on track. Also joined today by our Director of Finance and Accounting, Kimberly Trammell. Kimberly's department's a major stakeholder in the back office system. They're responsible for customer accounts, financial reporting, audits, our bonds. And then Lucinda Broussard, who's the Director of Regional Transportation Services. Her department is responsible for the day-to-day operations, including the vendor contracts, customer service, and maintenance. So just a few reminders on why we need a back office system. SANDAG operates 2 tolled facilities, the I-15 Express lanes in North County and the State Route 125 toll road in South County. And combined, these 2 facilities generate about $56 million in revenue annually. We've been operating the I-15 for a long time, since the 1990s. And then in the 125 we purchased in 2011. From a private company out of bankruptcy. Originally, these facilities were operated on separate back office systems, but back in 2016, there was a decision to procure a single regional back office system for all of our tolled facilities. As you heard over the last year, that system had challenges from the start, and those issues couldn't be easily resolved. So a decision was made to replace that system as quickly as possible. Back in January, staff presented a toll operations action plan to the board, and at that same meeting, they requested approval to negotiate a sole source agreement with Deloitte A to B to replace the current back office system due to the serious performance issues. In March, we executed that agreement with Deloitte A to B. It was for a total of $11 million for designing the system, implementing the system, and then there was 5 years of operations and maintenance that was included for $17.7 million. The last report that you received on the toll road back office system was in April, when you were provided with an updated toll operations plan. So this slide highlights what was in that action plan related to the back office system. Everything in pink is a milestone for delivering the new back office system. All of these things are underway, but it's taking more time than what was laid out here in the schedule in the action plan. And these top two tasks in particular have taken much longer to work through, and there's several reasons for that. First and foremost is the issue I mentioned earlier, the lack of upfront planning. Normally, when you develop systems like these, they are multi-year projects. They start with documenting user needs, and that's all the users of the toll road. And then those user needs are turned into system requirements. This planning does take a lot of time upfront, but it ultimately saves time and costs later. And we had started down that road for replacing the back office system, but prior project leadership determined that there was an urgent need to replace the deficient system due to all of the performance issues we were experiencing, and there wasn't enough time to go through that normal planning process. The second issue is that we procured an off-the-shelf system for tolling, and to meet this aggressive schedule, we would have to accept the Deloitte solution with very minimal customization. The intent was really to have a minimum viable product, so a basic system that would meet our basic needs at system launch. And it became quickly clear that that was not going to work. A big challenge is that the current back office system, despite the issues that we have with it, it does provide financial reporting and accounting functions. And the Deloitte system is only a tolling system and does not provide all of those accounting functions. In fact, it's not common for a tolling system to do that. It was assumed at the time that the back office system would integrate easily with the SANDAG ERP for financial management, and that the finances would be handled in the ERP, but the ERP doesn't currently have the capabilities to do that. So as a result, significant time was spent very early on trying to understand the capabilities of the Deloitte system and match it to our needs. So as I mentioned in July, a new project leadership team was put into place when we realized this project was already behind schedule, and that team was put in place to really understand and address the delays and apply that systems engineering and planning process moving forward. So really understanding what the needs were of everyone, documenting those needs, and trying to match those needs to the system. We also established a more effective project organizational structure with executive leadership from all of the different departments involved in tolling. So that's finance, IT, communications. And that was intended to really help facilitate decision-making and move the project along. And there have been a lot of challenging conversations to figure out what we really need out of the tolling system on day one. And that's what's ultimately led to the delay. First, it was defining what is a minimum viable product. That meant different things to different people. For the toll operations team, that meant a system that can process tolls. But for the finance team, that is a system that could do financial reporting. Other things that needed to be considered that really weren't considered well up front was how is this going to change the customer experience and how do we communicate those changes? What data should be migrated? We want to carry over current data and clean data. And there have been a lot of discussions needed to determine what that is. And of course, you'll have to make a decision, help us make that decision today. And then, of course, what elements are required for our bondholders? That is essential, important decision. So we've been working through all these issues in order to get to this point, and there are two critical path items, the data migration plan and the system design document that need to be approved so we can move into that next step of designing the system and testing the system. You'll see the original schedule was for those to be approved in May and June, but that assumed that we were accepting the off-the-shelf system. In order to make sure that we were setting up the agency for success and standing up a system that would meet our basic needs on day one, we had to slow it down to get it right. So now in October, we're ready to approve those two items, but we need some policy direction from you today. The first is related to accounts receivable and writing off uncollectible debt older than 3 years old. That will allow us to finalize that data migration plan. And the second is related to a minor amendment to the bond indenture, which allows us to accept the system design document. I'm going to hand it over to Kimberly, our Director of Accounting and Finance, to talk you through those items.
Okay, the first item is our accounts receivable balances. This is something that consists of a lot of data in our current system. And so to go into the new system, it's costly and it's complex to try to move all of that. It's also something we should be looking at on a regular basis and cleaning up. It appears that this has not been done for close to a decade. We found a clean sweep program that was done in 2013, but it looks like our customer accounts have been basically left to continue growing over the years. So we're asking for an official write-off of the debt that has not been collected over the years. This is important because it has no financial impact on the roads, but it will be much cleaner data. A key element of this is over 2/3 of the balances included in the recommendation are more than 6 years old. So we have customers, most of them unregistered customers that incurred balances in the past that had not been paid. These accounts went through multiple efforts to collect the balance owed. When an account becomes delinquent, the toll operations office tries to collect through notices and additional outreach by customer services employees after 30 days. After 60 days, these accounts would have been turned over to a collection agency, and violations trips can also be subject to DMV hold, although this has some limitations and is a long period for collection. The action before the board is to write off or write down customer balances that are more than 3 years old. So these stale accounts don't need to be brought into the new system. The aging analysis completed is based on the date the road was used. So in the case of what we're trying to write off, the original fee would have been before June 30, 2021. Based on the age of the debt and the previous collection efforts, it's unlikely that we would be able to collect these. Board policy requires that any write-off over $5,000 per customer account come before the board for approval. We have actually brought the whole thing to the board today, just so you have an idea of the scope that we're looking at. A key point in this discussion is that the proposed action will have no fiscal impact on the toll roads. It's consistent with what we've been reporting in our financial statements. The accounting team looks at the collectible balance on an annual basis and books an estimate for what they think that we will not be able to collect. So the allowance ensures that the revenues are not overstated on our financial statements. A cleanup of the customer accounts behind those accounts receivable will not impact cash flows. It will not impact the budget. It will not have an impact on our bond coverage ratios or the long-term health of the toll road funds. As of June 30, we had approximately 5 million in tolls that had not been collected that were more than 3 years old. In addition to that, we had 62 million in penalties. The penalties kind of add up quickly over time. And if these individuals call, often we'll work with them to bring their account to good by waiving some of those penalties. So again, it's not something we would consider we were counting on as a revenue. Over 2/3 of the amount due is more than 6 years old. We've been doing additional research, and all of the largest dollar balances are over that 6-year mark and haven't had no activity in the last 4 years. The image on the slide in front of you really demonstrates what this looks like in the scope of things. So we have 5 million in tolls fees that were not paid over at least a 10-year period, could be longer, compared to a 10-year period of revenue of 381 million. This is about a 1.3% leakage rate of those fees, which is within industry standards, although it's hard to get a good apples to apples comparison. About 1% of the customer accounts recommended for adjustment over $5,000, so would trigger the board required approval. 46% of these accounts owe less than $100. It's a lot of accounts, and most of them are small, with some large ones in there. These amounts are approximate. As we continue to delve into individual account details, we anticipate the final number will actually be a little bit lower than the estimate provided today. The recommended board action would authorize the write-off of the accounts receivable balances that are over 3 years old as of June 30, 2024, and also authorize a second evaluation of balances to occur closer to the data migration date so that we can get that data that's being converted even cleaner. The additional 12 months is about another $850,000 in tolls. The second item that we identified that needs to be addressed to be successful with the new back office system is a minor amendment to our budget indenture language. The bond indenture is a legal document between the bond issuer and the bond holders that records the obligations of the bond issuer and the benefits to the bond holder. So it essentially says that the revenues collected on SR 125 must be used to pay for the debt on the bonds. But it has a lot of other requirements and restrictions in there. So we've been working with bond counsel on one of the restrictions related to customer account deposits. So somebody comes in, gives us a deposit, that we put that on their customer account, and then they will use that on a variety of roads in the future. They could use it on any of our roads, or they could use it on a CTOC road. So those deposits aren't specific to SR 125, but the bond indenture language did not really consider that there might be multiple toll roads operated in one system. So it's just a clarification that those deposits are not specifically for SR 125 and can be mixed with deposits that eventually may be used on I-15 or another road. Again, we've been working with the bond counsel. They feel this is a very minor amendment, and we'll be bringing back the actual language at a future board meeting. So those are the two items we've identified to move forward. The only one that's in action is the accounts receivable item.
And with that, we'll open it up for questions and comments.
All right, Councilmember Chavez?
Okay.
Public comment. Yes, public comment first.
Thank you, Chairwoman. We do have public comments on this item. Alan C., please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Truth.
I'm trying to understand where we went from Transnet promised to expand the freeways to reduce the freeway lanes to manage toll lanes. The toll is back, Coronado Bridge. Look at the listing. I'll go to the bottom first. SR 75, Coronado Bridge, reversible managed lane. SR 15, managed lane. 805, managed lane. Let's go on. 52, managed lane. We talked earlier about managed lanes or toll roads because most people cannot carpool. So you went from what the voters have promised to expand the freeways to reduce the freeways. I own the Coronado Bridge. I worked 20 years North Island, different naval ships, different helo squadrons. And the toll went away after I retired, but now it's going to come back. And you are voting for this. No to any managed lanes. Don't you get it? Because a month after back in 2022, you voted to rescind the toll. They come out new toll readers on 125. That's what caused all this fiasco. No need a damn reader. Shut down these tolls now. You use Transnet funds to buy out that road. So close
Your
it out,
time
close the
has
books. I
expired.
yield back.
Our next commenter, Truth, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by the final four commenters, Catherine Rhodes, Michael Brando, Paul the Bold, three commenters, sorry.
Okay, a $28.7 million monopoly contract with Deloitte/A to B for an out-of-the-box solution by November, coincidentally election season. But what the heck is an out-of-the-box solution? Because SANDAG needs to be reeled into the box at this point. Why weren't the desired functionalities from the existing system matched to the new one before approving a monopoly contract? Is that another staff kept their mouths shut incident? I'm very concerned that changing legal language and no longer immediately distinguishing between the 125 and the 15 tolls is going to lead to more confusion and problems. Why was there no official write-off of uncollectible balances for many years? If the money was in a special account, why wasn't that account easily audited? Questions KPBS would never ask. Why were 266,000 customer accounts allowed to owe more than $67 million, some for more than 6 years? Over 1,864 accounts owe more than $5,000 each. No write-offs, figure it out, go win it. And no, Eton cannot provide support. That's already been proven. And bond indenture, you want to know who's indentured? The people who pay taxes that go to SANDAG. That's us. Thank you.
Our next commenter, Catherine Rhodes, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by Michael Brando.
Hello, Catherine Rhodes, and I was going to talk about the I-15. I've had a couple of friends who say when they carpool on the I-15, since it's supposed to be managed lanes, it was all supposed to be for carpooling or motorcycles at first, before it became a toll road. They say they go in there with carpool there, and then they get a ticket from SANDAG. And they're not supposed to get a ticket if they're carpooling. And it seems like what you might be doing, I'm not positive, is that you're ticketing everybody who carpools. So I would like you guys to actually do some type of audit on that or do some type of an analysis on that to see if, do you have a lot more people getting tickets? Are people saying they refuse to pay the tickets because they're carpooling and you're illegally ticketing them? So for myself, the last couple of times I went on the I-15, now even if I'm carpooling, I refuse to go on it because I don't know if you guys are going to be ticketing me.
And your time has expired. Michael Brendo, please come to the podium. You'll be followed by the final commenter, Paul DeBolt.
The old receivables should have long been written off, but about this, Deloitte A to B, this goes back to what was being addressed earlier. Just going back to this alone, referenced over and over in this, is the idea that you are not working for San Diegans, especially Nora Vargas. We already had someone attack a speaker here today based on these kinds of things. Mark was attacked by KPBS, Andrew Bowen. Yes, Nora, just like what y'all did at the County of San Diego, calling people xenophobic who question anything about this kind of stuff, because it is about the larger picture of the United Nations Agenda 2030. Many of you can sit in here and play dumb like you don't know what's going on, but the more you do that and the longer you carry on this facade of being ignorant about all this, it makes you look like a fool. It really does. This goes back to trust. What I said at the beginning, Mario, trust. This organization's going nowhere because of trust issues.
And our final commenter, Paul DeBolt, please go ahead.
Yeah, so we wait for over 2 hours on one potential case. Lawyers' fees add up too. The public business like this item should be completed before the closed session. The delays in implementing a new back office system are not only unfortunate, it's reason to totally abandon the ETAN system, records and uncollected tolls. It's better to write off all of the uncollectible tolls on the broken SR 125 tolling system. There's too many problems. I don't think that it's a smart idea to hold on to a history of uncollected tolls under 3 years old that is arguably laced with error, if not fraud, and may end up costing as much to collect as the charge itself. The bond and insured documents should be changed, by the way, to reflect the current source and handling of toll income. It should have been done years ago, in fact, when the multiple sources became known. Another reason.
And your time expired, and that concludes the public comments.
Thank you. Member comments? Councilmember.
Some questions, is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Chair. You had said there's no impact to fund financials. I'm just curious if maybe you can help me understand how that's possible if we're talking about $67 million. Thank you.
I sure can. So as I said, the accounting team looks at the full balance every year and estimates how much is collectible, and has acknowledged, and when they've looked at this in past years, that most of it was so old that it was unlikely to be collected. So they book an entry that essentially adjusts the accounts receivable and as an allowance, and says, we don't think we're really going to get this. So we've already basically built it into our financials that we don't think we're going to collect this.
Okay, and then you were talking about that this is a 3-year, anything older than 3 years. Why 3 years? Where did that come from?
So in the industry, some people use 1, some people use 2, 3 is very common. So it is based on standard accounting approaches that something over 3 years is likely to be uncollectible. There's also legal guidance that would say anything 3 or 4 years, you're going to have a difficulty in collecting. We also are looking at some of where the data came from. And so about 2 years and 8 months ago is when the ETAN, when this data was put into ETAN. So we don't have a lot of confidence in the data that came into ETAN. So that also aligns with the 3-year period, very closely with the 3-year period.
Okay, and then just a couple more, thank you. The amount of outstanding on under 3 years old, what's that amount? Did I miss that?
So under 3 years, you still have the potential that you're going to collect it. So we haven't been as you would continue to try to collect that so that the amount would go down. If we went to 2 years, it added another 850,000 in tolls and a total of 9 million if you include penalties. So that kind of gives you an idea that if you make it a little bit more current, the number goes up. The less than 2 years, I think you have a good chance of collecting some of that still. So I wouldn't say it's going to be uncollectible.
And then to Ms. Rhodes's point, these are all legitimate account holders that you could perceivably go and collect from.
So actually, that's a great clarification. So the majority of these are unregistered vehicle accounts. So they don't have an account with us. We don't know their names. We have to go to the DMV, run the license plate, get the information. So it's much harder to go after that type of violation than it is somebody that has a fast track account that we're.
That's what actually my question was yesterday, and I'll let you finish because I had a question during the briefing about that because I know for a fact that they will not renew your DMV registration if you do not pay. So I want to know where that money is going. If it's not coming back to us, is it going to a hole? And if it is going to a hole, then do we talk to our legislators so that there could be some legislative fix so that anytime the DMV is collecting funds that are ours are coming back, or if that's already happening and I just don't know. But I'm sorry to interrupt the council member because that was my question yesterday. Yeah.
I can answer that. So DMV holds, when we place them, the money does come back to us.
And so then you use that as part of like,
so
because how do you have 8 years of people not collecting? Does that mean there's 8 years of people out there who just did not get registration and it's thousands of cars? It's just a weird number to me.
So I will tell you that there's not a whole lot that comes back from the DMV to us. We looked at some of the data of what we've received recently, and we're getting about approximately 39 payments a month from DMV holds for trips going back to 2019. So it takes a very long time. There's a limit to how many holds we can actually put. So you could have 20 violations and we can't put a hold for every single one of those. And then I'll turn it over to see if Lucinda wants to add.
Yeah. So our limit is 75 transactions per license plate. So some people just don't re-register their vehicles or they turn them over to another family member or someone else.
Can I finish? Okay, thank you. Why is 75? Where'd that number come from?
The DMV sets that number.
Okay. I was just thinking, wow, in our infinite wisdom, we chose 75. Okay. Then just sort of how, so we mentioned 46% are under $100. Correct? Yeah. Okay. Let's just get rid of those. That's like an outlier. Who cares? I mean, that just really just teaches bad behavior to keep doing it. We'll just hope that doesn't happen. But those other 36% or 46%, whatever, no, 56%. Let me do math really quickly after an 8-hour meeting. Sorry, my bad. So those are the ones that are presumably over $100. But is there some categorization where we really could go after people that owe a lot of money and make sense out of it for us financially?
So I have my team looking at some of the largest ones. And that's how we know that most of those are over 6 years old. Most of them haven't used the road. We can look into those more, but at this point, the ones that are that old, it's just going to be really difficult.
And I hear you saying that too, and I was worried about discriminatory practices as well. We can't target people to just go after them because they owe the most money, right? So if we're going to write off one, it seems like we have to write off all of them. I guess I would just sort of implore you to don't wait for 8 years to do this and sort of get on a schedule, because I know it's a typical accounting practice to have a bit of write-off. How much? 67 million? I'm sorry, my numbers are getting fuzzy. That's a lot of money. So let's don't let that happen again. It doesn't add to the credibility and transparency of the agency. Thank you.
I agree wholeheartedly. It was one of the first things I said, what?
For sure. Yeah, that's an accounting nightmare. Yeah. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Chavez, I'm sorry that I didn't come back to you. Apologies. Go.
That's okay. First of all, I want to thank staff. I know we're not questioning you, right? We're questioning the system that we've been carrying throughout all these years.
First, having the tolls, I have to say it, are offensive enough for our South Bay constituents and for these 90,000 people that we have as a floating population that comes through and uses this toll system, right, from the South Bay and southbound, south of the border. And secondly, it's like saying, I know it's not in all cases because some may have chosen not to pay, but also we don't know for sure that it wasn't a flaw from our tolling system, right? So going back and say, oh, well, we're going to collect from you, we don't know for sure if they decided not to pay or if it was us. So I would recommend not charging them, obviously. This board was informed almost a year ago, and this is the story, right, to the day about the operational challenges of the 125. Like our board member just mentioned, we let go so much time between addressing this from this issue when it started, and we're talking 3 years, but it's more. I was one of those people that I paid my toll, and it reflected a green light, and then I got this fee in the mail and said I owed some amount when I remember paying it, right? And I talked to the people here in SANDAG, and we got it cleared out. But I have that reach. I have that contact. Thousands and thousands of people do not. And they're just confused. Or maybe, okay, let's say it. What if they have language barriers, right? They receive a card, a letter, and they don't understand what it is because they paid their toll. Or different issues may arise. And I just think that we shouldn't be collecting, and that's why I'm supporting this today. But also, I wanted to mention the public deserves transparency, right? And certainly from us, OIPA's whistleblower report from Monday contains several concerning findings. The Finance Department's financial reporting needs were not considered during the procurement process. Software does not include an internal financial accounting system, a critical component needed to facilitate the integration of the new back office system with SANDAG's ERP system. And I can go on and on and on. And that's why I strongly advise this board that if we were messing up, if we didn't follow up, if we had a lack of security of knowledge that we were doing the right or the wrong thing, we should not be penalizing the community. I'm going to be supporting this today. I just wanted to thank Mario and the SANDAG staff. Your swift response and modeling of the SR 125, this information that was brought to us today, we are elated that the preliminary modeling results show that removing the toll would comply with our regional plan's greenhouse reduction goals. This is significant, the first step toward correcting this inequitable, although I shouldn't say equity anymore, tolling system. And I look forward to further discussions on this next steps. But I want to thank you. I don't want it to seem like we're questioning you. We're questioning our frustration from many, many years back. I don't think the public should be paying for our uncertainty if it was them or us, right? They don't have the reach, the platform, or even the knowledge of how sometimes to get the right information, the right guidance to maybe pay that toll, or maybe it was us that they paid it and it didn't reflect, right? There's so many thousands of issues that I think that we should not be charging. We should not be backtracking and charging them when we have a record of not being able to have a clear and transparent system for them. Thank you.
Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I too appreciate the work staff's been doing to try and fix the broken system. However, I really truly feel like there's no lessons learned. Back in January 12th, 2024, Deputy CEO Ray Major presented an update on the toll road operations, including an action plan to address deficiencies with the ETAN system and implementing a new back office system to continue charging tolls on the SR 125. During that meeting, I was very clear about my concerns regarding the expenditure of millions of dollars on a new vendor in order to continue charging tolls on the SR 125 inaccurately. Nonetheless, the board decided in favor of the implementation of the new back office. In fact, I was the only member to vote no on that item. And I said it in January, and I'll say it again. The SR 125 is the only freeway in our county without any general purpose lanes that are free to the public to use. Instead, South County residents are forced to pay tolls to drive on their local freeways. South County residents are being triple taxed on this road. I've been concerned for many years about the basic inequities of this system since SANDAG purchased the 125 over a decade ago. In order to relieve itself of the obligation of expanding the 805, SANDAG purchased the 125, which saved it quite a bit of money. But this came at the price of charging South County residents tolls to drive on a freeway that many of them rely upon for local trips. No other part of the region is treated in this way. As noted in the backup material, SANDAG executed a sole source agreement with Deloitte A to B following an aggressive schedule that is now leading to delivery scheduled delays. This expedited process will make it difficult for SANDAG to effectively track and manage revenue from the toll road, basically leading to the same issue that Deloitte A to B was hired to fix. I understand that in July of this year, a new project leadership team was assigned to help understand and address the project delays. However, I would be lying if I said I have confidence in the ability of SANDAG to manage the 125 toll road effectively at this moment. If SANDAG wants the public's trust, it needs to demonstrate that it can manage its current infrastructure effectively, and abolish the toll on the 125 would be a clear step in the right direction. I reiterate my call for SANDAG to immediately remove the tolls from the SR 125. I do agree with staff's recommendation on cleaning up the toll customer account receivable balance. And as stated in the staff report, due to the likelihood of collecting these funds and the cost associated, it is recommended that accounts receivable balance that are more than 3 years old be officially written off, ultimately holding individuals accountable for charges arising from a flawed system would only perpetuate the inequities caused by many years of mismanagement. This agency has a lot of work to do to gain the public's trust, and I hope that moving forward, we learn from our mistakes, because so far we haven't. That concludes my comments, but with that, I will make a motion to approve writing off uncollectible accounts receivable balance older than 3 years.
Councilmember, thank you. It's Councilmember Fisher.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for staff. I can't imagine waking up this morning, I have to go in front of the board and say, I would like to have you erase $67 million worth of uncollectible debt. I think it is a step forward in the right direction of transparency and us doing the right thing. My question is, what's the accounting policy going forward of what we're going to be doing so that we don't get into this position again?
That is a great question. So we need to look at our collection efforts, and some of that is tied to the back office system and the capabilities of that system. And then this is something that we should be looking at on an annual basis, and determining the dollar amounts and the number of counts that should be adjusted. This cleanup is huge. It will make that work effort going forward manageable. And so part of it is when you let something like this pile up for so long, it becomes a very difficult process to go through it. So moving forward, it will be a more manageable effort.
Now, something in addition, council member, we really need to polish on our DMV referral. I think that's something that we're going to be looking in the new system, right? Because the current system that it's allowing us to collect those, it's not doing a good job, or it's not doing an appropriate DMV referral that allows us to do a better collection.
Councilmember Shu.
Thank you.
I think for any agency, I hate to see people get away with not having to pay something they should have paid. I think it's just ethically not right. But you gave a figure of 1.3% non-payment. How does that compare with other toll roads and other toll collections?
I can go, maybe I can't go back to that slide, otherwise. Okay, I'll stop touching. So, we did some research for other tolls agencies, and it was really hard to find an apples to apples comparison. We found that the unregistered vehicles are a big problem in other agencies. One agency that's near a different international border said they had about 27% of those types of revenues that they couldn't collect. So I don't have the same, how many of them are unregistered and that kind of thing to compare, but I would say that we're having similar experiences to other tolling agencies that are, especially those that are near an international border.
Yeah, I imagine for my city, we collect parking meter fees, and I bet we have a much higher percentage than that. In these funds we're talking about, they were reported in previous budgets and audit, so we're not talking about a new amount that's not uncollectible.
That's correct. Our financial statements because SR 125 is a major fund, actually has a sentence that says, here's how much is our accounts receivable is, and here's how much our allowances, which with a total of here's how much we think we might actually.
So we've already accounted for this deficit of not collectible.
Correct.
So thank you very much. I just want to clarify that sometimes the media comes out and says, oh, we lost so much revenue. No, we knew this was lost, and it's probably it's regrettable, but it's what happens when you run any kind of toll or business. You have a certain amount of loss, and sometimes you have to live with that and move on. So thank you very much for the information that helps us know where we are. But I hope we can also do some comparables, maybe with other toll systems in the state sometime in the future, just to see how we're doing, whether we're doing very badly or well. It's also, I don't think it's surprising, shouldn't be surprising to us. There's a lot of cars out there and they're not registered correctly, or that the system is not working well. And I think those in law enforcement know that 1.3% is actually a pretty low number with regards to people that don't have their cars registered correctly, if that was the only factor.
Thank you. I don't have anybody else on the queue. We have a motion and a second. I know we're going to vote. Give me 1 second. I just want to make sure, I think there's been a lot of discussion here by this board and some recommendations about how we make sure that as we're transitioning, as we're doing this work, that not only the board is kept abreast, but that we don't let these things take this long and get to this point where we're having to just clean up. So thank you for all the work that all of you are doing and for informing us. And I think OIPA is very clear about some of the recommendations. So please, let's move forward with that. So we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
That motion passes unanimously with those members present.
Thank you. With that, we're going to go ahead and move on to continued non-agenda public comments. Madam Clerk.
For continued non-agenda and public comments, if you're still present, I'll be calling on Catherine Rhodes, Paul the Bold, phone number 813, and Blair Beekman. For those three that are virtual, please raise your hand at this time. Catherine, please come to the podium.
Hello, Catherine Rhodes, and what I wanted to talk about was my seismic issues that were ignored last time from the audit committee. And so I talked with Mario, and he told me that for the $44 million of property that you guys already bought previous years, you never did any due diligence on it. You didn't actually do a fault investigation. You only did a preliminary report. Like I told you, only did a preliminary report back in 2016. When I came here in 2016 and told you that, none of you, not one of you, said anything. You just kind of let it go. $44 million. So anyway, 2 weeks ago, the chief executive officer's delegated action item number 4 on September 27th. They're going, said they put in offers for two more properties totaling 11.65 million. Again, without a fault investigation report. And now they said they're not going to do fault investigations
Your time
until.
expired. Our next commenter, Paul DeBowl, please go ahead. Yourself, there you go.
Glad you didn't slip out on SANDAG for the Padres game tonight, Nora. You seem like you don't want to fulfill all the public duties we pay you for, though. But thanks for listening to the Bonita Gripe session. I just got a flyer for Prop G, the Transnet tax extension. So flawed, it should be withdrawn. It's a general tax. SANDAG can spend the money on whatever it wants. Hate to remind you, SANDAG has lied, cheated, and swindled us for years and is on track to keep doing so. One absurd claim is that Measure G will deliver the funding to turn San Diego green. However, the laundry list is mostly fix things. Fix streets, repair the worst potholes, reroute rail lines, improve safety. The actual ordinance has only 7% of the funds going to fix streets. So if you have a pet pothole, I hope it makes it onto the worst pothole list. We're already paying a sales tax.
And your time expired. Our final commenter, Blair Beekman, please go ahead.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thanks for the meeting today. You had a closed session agenda item that I hope it was out of the ordinary and will not be a regular practice in the future. Thanks for your work and efforts today. At your executive meeting today, Blair Beekman here, if I didn't say that earlier, you talked a lot about housing issues. You had important housing issue items going on this week at public meeting space for SANDAG. Thank you for that, October 8th. I wanted to ask, how is the new RENA goals and ideas going in planning for RENA projects in the future? You got a whole new series of RENA ideas that were interesting to yourselves and a bit strong and surprising. How is that process going of vetting that out and understanding that future of RENA projects and practices? Is that part of the conversation for the housing issues? Always think of mixed income and how that can be of help for our future too. Learn how to have that conversation openly. Thank you.
And that concludes the public comments.
Okay. Thank you very much. This concludes our meeting. I want to thank all of my colleagues for staying all the way to 3 o'clock. We're going to do our best to try to shorten our meetings, but I think it's important that we get all of the information that our communities need. So the next board meeting will be October 25th at 10 a.m. The meeting, actually it's at 9 a.m. Sorry about that. 9 a.m. and the meeting is adjourned. And go Padres.